Alright everyone, welcome. I'm going to be playing some low and mid-stakes MTTs today on Coinpoker, probably playing around 8 tables. Currently only got 6, but we'll see how the session goes. I'm playing the Friday main event. That was the table that was just visible, and yeah, a few others here and there. Right, Jack 9 suited here. I'm just going to make a fold. I think we want to be 3-betting more suited hands at this depth, but it's early position open. I was in the cutoff, so just fold this time. I think 3-bet's fine though. Right, pocket threes, bad blocking properties, and we don't really want to play post flop with that hand, so we just fold. Alright, flop open ended here. I'm just going to continue with the call. We hit on the turn, which is nice. He bets big. We can raise. I think we'll just let him blast off, especially with these suits. I'm not sure if this is right, but right. Checking Broadway flop would be good for Def Hooks to K24. Right, now we get check 2, we will put in a big bet. I don't know how many bluffs we have here, but let's tank a bit in case we do want to turn a hand into a bluff. King is off, not quite good enough. Right, interesting spot here. I think we can limp call. Putting in the 3-bet here with the intention of calling off, of course. We don't want him to go post flop, so let's just put in a chunky 3-bet. Calling with King 10. And we do lose. Alright, continuing here. He does call, which is interesting. I think we'll just bet small and call off. We do kind of want to keep the ace-x in. Alright, I've got a suited Broadway hand here, so putting in the raise to 4 big blinds, calling with a pair of tens. Interesting, this pairs the queen, he might slow down with overpairs here. Right, we're opening this anyway, you should be opening a bit wider with the small stack in the big blind. I don't think this turn is bluffed enough, so I'm just going to fold. Against all in, got an easy call. It's bouncy. Ace jack, that's it. You don't. Okay. Alright, I think check calling or betting is fine. Right now he checks back. I think we put him on a lot of nonsense. Could have a couple of 2x, I guess, but let's see why we should bet for value or bluff here, so I'm just going to check again. Okay, I think we can continue with some hands with draws. I think we'll just fold this one to the big bet. Unfortunate river there with the king giving him top pair. Um, I think when he checks the turn, he's got very few 5x, so good to just reopen the action there for small. Alright, just going to make this a bit. Just make this 2. Fall to a jam. Okay, that's interesting. I wasn't expecting him to have the queen 10 there. Obviously, he should be folding the turn, but note to self: don't bluff. Call happy players. Alright, I think check range here because the button has an open dense range. I think we can just bet here to spot out under pairs. Unfortunate river there with the king. Okay, I think we can barrel some diamonds and clubs. Just checking this one. In fact, I think the flop bet was probably ill-advised. Okay, just starting to pile some money in here. Okay, let's just jam this in, see if he believes us. He calls with 9-4 suited. Judging by the chat, I think there's a misclick. Unfortunate, but we take the donation. I mean, he probably would have avoided this if he didn't open, if he didn't call with 9-4 suited in the first place. But yeah, quite unfortunate for him. We could consider jamming here. I think it's a bit much though. Maybe at 25 big blinds I'd consider it, especially since we cover, I believe. Right, raising this one up to 5 big blinds. We can make it. In fact, we're very shallow stacked with the cutoff, so I don't mind calling here, maybe getting some action from behind. Daddy Shell is not happy. Okay, I think that's quite a lot of ace-x in our opponent's range, so start betting big. We can do this with single diamond combos as well, as bluff. And we are representing a flush. He's got quite a lot of good ace-x. Let's see if he believes us. We just about cover, so we don't want to be making it 90% of pot, because then we can miss out on the bounty. Let's just get all in there. Alright, flopping top and bottom. This is by no means a range bet, because he's got 5-2 suited, we don't, but with the 2 pair, we're going to go ahead and bet. Alright, relatively blank turn, goes for the small donk. I think this is probably, well, there aren't any flush draws, so I'd imagine that this is a lot of like 4-5 or something, trying to buy a cheap river. Not going to let him, of course, with the 2 pair. And he goes, okay, this is interesting. We're definitely going for a bit more value here. 27 and then fold to a jam is good. 5-4 does get there, that's the issue. But I'd imagine he has a lot of weaker 2 pairs that call. Making this just, we can make this 8, I think. Okay, just stacking off here. Alright, doing well on the flop, well on the turn, and we hold. Alright, I think we can put in a cold 4 bet here. The small blind should be 3-betting quite a polarized range. He should be calling a lot of hands like ace-8 suited. So we don't have to put too much money, we don't have to put too much extra chips on our 4-bet, because we'll be able to fold out a lot of the bluffs, like king-9 suited, with a smallish 4-bet. Okay, with the diamond here, I think we can go ahead and bet a third. Raising the pocket 2s. And he goes for the donk jam. No sense in calling this off. Yeah. Alright, flopping bottom set, this is nice. I think we can bet half here, because any hand that he's continuing, I think will continue to a largish size, especially with a flush draw. They're flush and straight draw opportunities, so just putting a bit of extra weight. And if there's any hand to bet big with, it's bottom set, because it unblocks top and middle pair. Alright, C betting range for a third here, I think is fine. Okay, min raising the ace king. First hand I would jam at 15 big blinds, probably be like king 10 suited. Goober says my voice has changed a lot. Hopefully that's a good thing. Chip leading the 25 hyper, thanks in part to our opponent's misclick, but we'll take what we can get. Doing quite well in this main event as well. I don't know what starting stack was. Okay, 20k. I mean, we're just above starting, so nothing to write home about yet, but no, we're inching our way up. Alright, we have a suited Broadway here in the hyper. See a jam, can't do anything here. I think we could call off ace queen off plus. This is marginal, definitely opening queen 9 suited, queen 8 maybe a bit wide. Alright, facing the jam, which folds. Alright, king 3 suited, we will just limp. Okay, and we see an isolation to 3.5, calling king x suited, the king 3 suited always here, of course. I think this is marginal, but I think I would just fold this one. We've got, especially with the 8 being quite close to the queen, we've got a lot of straight draws to continue. So yeah, I don't mind that. Here I think we will just check. Okay, we see a flat on the button, check range because he's got more condensed range, and queen and jack interact quite well with his range. Okay, so now the question we should ask is, do we want to try to fold out under pairs by the river? I think with ace king, we've got a lot of showdown value against other ace x, so we can just check this one. And when the 5 pairs, I think we can just go ahead and bluff this one. I think we've got quite a lot of 5x that plays this way, so we'll just bet big, representing that. Yeah, I mean, we still win against ace 9, ace 9, ace 10, so I'm just checking this one down. Okay, I mean, he could value bet an 8x in this line. With our suits, I think it was cool. And he flopped the boat. Makes sense. Can probably fold that river, to be fair. I think a lot of players won't turn bad ace-x into a bluff there, which leaves them with a lot of value. The slow plays and the river 8 maybe. So maybe a bit of a loose call in practice. Okay, I mean, always tempted to put in an extra raise with the ace-5 suited. I don't think it's really appropriate here. Okay, we can just check this one back, suited. Okay, I think we can just range bet this for a third. Continuing to one big blind, backdoor. Here I think we can call, folding queen 7 off. And do we turn this hand into a bluff? I'm not sure. Going all in with the pocket tens. Queen 10 suited, definitely jamming. Ace 8 we can min raise, but I prefer to have ace or king x, so I can make a tight fold here. Probably just has ace x here, doesn't he? Yeah. Looks like we lost with the pocket tens. Oh, pocket aces, that's nice. Alright, ace king, go either way, I think. I don't know how much this opponent's isolating, but we will be limp re-raising this time. This could probably feature in our check back range, but let's not put money in. Alright, we do see the isolation. I'm gonna re-raise to 4x. Okay. I just instinctively, I think this is a bit big for 7x. People usually like squeezing a bit more money out of us, so I'm not particularly worried. I think it's either a bluff or 8x trying to deny equity. Okay, he continues to get bet big. This is quite scary. But even so, I think we have to continue here. I'm in raising the jacks. Okay, not the best for river. 6-9 gets there. I think we'll randomize this one. I'm not really sure about this opponent, but probably on winner's tilt. Okay, we were just we were net rolling him. Yeah, I guess it does make sense. If we continue stuff like King Ace of Hearts, then Sophia here can jam the river for value with the King and the 8, beating our slightly worse 2-pair. So our read was right on the flop, basically. Okay, I think we'll bet this one out. We've got plenty of bluffs here, so let's bet half pot. We can bet anything like, yeah, all the sort of gut shots, straight draws, some flush draws as well. Right, ace is not really good for us. I'd imagine we lose here quite often. Since I'm representing quite, I'm not just betting, there's a lot of give ups in my range, so I feel opponents like to take their showdown value against misdraws, so they don't like to bluff king high, for example, if they decided to call that on the turn. Queen 6, I think we will limp. I'd sooner raise a hand like 10-7 off. The cards aren't really connected, and I think we will just bet blind here, put some pressure. It might not be the best choice because we just get called by all the King X and fold out a lot of worse hands. But then again, we deny a lot of equity against random cards that aren't ours. All right, 10 big blinds, Jack 10 off. We'll just open jam. Here, I think we will go for 3 streets, and here we will go for the bounty. Oh, okay. I think we missed a bet here. Apologies, not the best play from me. Yeah, we'll just go for the. Maybe we less credibly rep ace-x now, so they won't believe me with a 5. So it might turn out in our favour. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we do get the call. And we lose against ace-8 here. Standard play. Let's see where we are here in this tournament. Oh, we're 6th of 94. That's nice. Yeah, we won a big pot against the player to our right, which boosted our ranking quite a lot. Okay, I think we can open jam here. Jack 9 off, not quite good enough. Queen Jack is a snap. Jack 10, probably borderline. Okay, I think we can go either way here. Let's roll. Okay. Ooh, we get overcalled in the big blind by pocket fives. I think it's a bit loose, but you know, it does reward him in the end. Until it doesn't. Runner straight. We like to see that. Okay, check folding here, obviously. Okay, good thing we didn't 3-bet because we've been 3-bet and then 4-bet. Yeah, this guy looks pretty reggy, so probably squeezing quite like that. Alright, Queen 2 suited, just limping. Right, get called from the small blind. Probably playing quite wider because he wants to get on the action to win that aforementioned bounty. We want to deny equity from Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10. He might be continuing some underpairs, so no sense in bluffing or value betting this time, as in this hand, I mean. Okay, I think we'll just bet this half the time, possibly. And we'll just check this down. I think we're good quite often here. Yeah. I think we would have heard from King X on the river there, so, but still a bit weak to value that. Here, I think this hand is a lot better for our range, so we can just bet. But we don't. Okay, still trying to get used to streaming playing 6 tables, so apologies for some of the misclicks here. Okay, that was pretty poor. Alright, we have a bounty opportunity here. Bounties are quite big relative to the buy-in. So I think we'll just call here. Ace Jack will min raise. Pocket nines we will also induce, I think. Yeah, so with pocket fours here, it might look quite tight, but we've got a few stacks below 20 big blinds. We don't really want to call off because we get cooled by higher pairs, and we've got bad blocking properties, and we don't have good visibility when playing post flop. So shallow stacked, I think pairs work quite well either as a jam or as a fold. Quite shallow stacked here, so just betting range for 25%. Flopping open-ended there. Here we can just min bet, I think. Right, we see a pretty small bet, which is not really standard. Okay, we face a raise here. I think with I think we'll need to continue this one. Here we can start bluffing, I think. So yeah, donking. Right, flush completer, no sense in calling. It might be a bit loose on the flop if people aren't finding enough check raises with single club holdings. But we get we're very exploitable if we fold to a small raise like that with over 50% of our range. I was doing too well in this mini main event. sadly. But right, I think I quite like the 3-bet here, quite deep stacked. We call a lot of our suited hands as well here on the button, so we want to go a bit polar. 3-betting hands like Ace Queen, Ace King, Ace Jack suited, and some of the worst suited combos. With Queen 8, we can fold out a lot of better Queen X, which is nice. Here we can raise or limp. We will raise this time. Okay, I think we can 3-bet this one sometimes, not on a 16 roll. Interesting, I think we can check raise this, or we can just fold, jamming the Queen Eye suited for 5.4 bigs. Against 2 big blinds, I think against a third I would consider check raising, but against 2 big blinds we'll just fold. Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, we seem to have doubled up in the turbo. I appreciate some of you might want to watch the runouts. I'll see what I can do for next stream if I can, just freeze the spotlight on one of the tables. I think that would be nice if I'm all in. But for now, it's just going to be, just flicking between the tables. All right, Queen Jack off, opening, Ace 9 off, opening. Okay, I think we can just bet small on this flop. And on this flop, we'll be using a big size. Quite a good hand to use. Okay, we've got a decision here. I think we will fold. Yeah, Queen Jack off with the Jack of Spades is quite good. We block some flush draws. We fold out some King X and Ace X. And I don't think players at these stakes are finding enough bluffs for 79% pot or a big bet on the flop. They usually just do so with overpairs or strong hands. So people probably overfold against that sort of action. And it looks like we took it down. Yeah. Okay, facing quite a big raise. We will fold. I think in theory we can probably 4-bet this sometimes, but I'm just going to pure fold. Against the button we will check the King 10 off. Okay. We've got a pretty invulnerable hand with the 10x of spades, and yeah, so we sort of have the straight draws and flush draws on our side, and we can just extract some value on the river. Okay, so in this check, 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 check line, we've got quite a lot of air, so I'm just going to bet big. He can call us with some under pairs with a spade. He just folds though. Okay. He's bet slightly more than a third. I think we will make a tight fold, rejamming the ace jack. One thing I've noticed in low stakes tournaments is that even when we're quite far away from the bubble, big stacks like to open a lot wider than they should. So I'd imagine our rejam is successful quite often there. Big stacks should open, a wider percentage of the deck when there's a fair bit of ICM pressure, but I feel like they overdo it in early stage of the tournament. Winner's tilt, something like that. Okay, 3-betting the jacks to 3x. This is fine. Okay, I think we can call here. I think raise is also fine, actually. Okay, we could sometimes, this is a good hand to 3-bet bluff, but against a 17 big blind stack, I think we're just a bit too shallow. Going all in here. Queen 7 off, I think is marginal. I think we will call it though. Yeah. Okay, squeezed to quite a small size. We'll continue, especially with bounty there. Folding on this flop. Yeah, this player seems quite active, so good to make a note of that. Have some backdoors, but this is one of our weakest hands here, so we'll just fold. Okay, we have a bit of showdown value here. I don't think there's any sense in bluffing. We'll just tank here. Check. Going to open quite wide for the bounties. Raising this one to 6. Excuse me. Oh, we have very little showdown here. I think we can bet 2 pair here though, so I will bluff. Because we probably would have heard from Queen X on the turn, given that we checked the flop. Alright, we can ISO this. Yeah, we'll ISO this time. Alright. Okay, I think we'll just bet this one. Got a decent 7x. I think that's good enough. Checking back when the jack bears. We could get called by 8x, but we also lose to some aces with a 9 or above kicker. Checking the 7 now. Flush draw completes. Okay, just calling this. Probably has a lot of busted draws. Yeah, probably overbluffed that line because his range isn't very filtered. Okay, we have been playing a bit passively so far, I feel. I mean, this middling board is quite good for him, and we can bluff a lot of hands with a 10 or an 8, that kind of thing. We can continue with ace 8, ace 10, etc. Oh, he's just jammed all in. We will fold. I think if he min raised, we would have jammed ourselves. But it's quite a good hand to flat on the button because we keep in his worst ace X. I think either is fine as long as you continue it in some manner. Okay, opening Jack 10 suited under the gun. We do need to be a bit tighter because we're approaching the bubble. But I think suited Broadway is too good to fold. I say that as I get 3-bet. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying this. As we're approaching break, I'd appreciate it if you drop a like on the video. Always helps. And I will see you in a bit. Alright, welcome back everyone. We're first up 15 here in the $25 hyper. By no means guaranteed to be in the money, but yeah, running pretty well so far. Doing pretty well here in the Friday main event as well. This one has a 1.5k up top, which is nice. I'll show you the payouts here. There's still quite a lot of late reg, so I'd imagine that will go up. Okay, we see a pretty bad flop. With the ace-8, I think we will bet pure. I think we can continue on a 5 or a 6 if that's what the turn card is. And we get calls from better ace-x, so I don't see any sense in betting there, and we're definitely not betting range on this board. Facing a check, we can go either way here. I think probably would have heard from paired hands. I'll still check this ace-8. I'd maybe consider betting ace-king or ace-queen for value. Now we've just got plenty of showdown, so let's see what villain has. Yeah, king 8 makes sense. Okay, 8-6. We can probably limp, jamming 8-7. We will also limp some very strong hands there. If a hand is not quite good enough to jam, but a bit too good to fold, then that's a good heuristic for just limping it, betting the open-ender here. Quite a few draws here. We will bet half pot. And I think we probably would have seen a raise from flush draws, so we will bet this for value. Now we have the 8. And now on the river, I think we can just bet pot. Again, a lot of missed draws, nothing gets there, so we need to be betting quite big with a full house. You see the fold, probably a lot of ace highs there. Okay, this guy has been pretty quiet so far, but hopefully he will stick his bounty in. Not that we'll be ahead, but you know, plus EV to see the jam here, for us at least. Calling off. Okay, looks like we got there. Yep. Very good, we chip up, and we win a $5 bounty. Oh, $2.50, that makes sense. Right, we see a very small raise. We've got a bad ace-x suited. I think we just jam this against any competent opponent. I don't have a read on this guy, but yeah, especially with the money bubble coming up quite soon, he can put a lot of pressure on us. But if we have an ace-x, can't really do much else there. Yeah, his sort of raising range there. He's got a lot of jams with like offsuit kings. You could maybe raise a hand like queen six off, limp folding this hand. Okay, big stack in the small blind, but with the ace-x and the shallow stack there, we should be opening. This is probably not quite good enough to bet. Okay, I think we could maybe start turning our hand into a bluff here. We don't really credibly represent many king x with the check, so I think I'll just bet, try to fold out jack highs, queen highs, etc. Okay, with a jack x, I think we can go around this size. I'm not sure if I should be bluffing this hand though. He does fold, which is nice. Okay, bad board for us, no heart, some showdown value. Alright, folding here with no bounty. Okay, he hits the 9. Surprised not to see a lead on the turn there, but just make a note saying passive. Okay, we see an all-in and a call, and he gets there with queen on the river. We will check this time. Opening the jack 10. It's the bottom of our range. We see a bet here. Got pretty poor visibility with his hand, so I'm just going to fold. So we've got no fold equity against the small blind who's all in, so just checking this one down. Okay, 50% or check I think is good here. I'll bet this time. Okay, min opening the queens. See if we can get a jam. This guy's been quite active, Juno 77. See what he decides to do. Right, awkward stack to pot depth, but I think we can just play a two-street game here. Okay, I think 25% of the range is fine here. We will limp this one, call an ISO. We've got lots of suited hands, we can continue here. So we'll just fold the ace eight. Here we will bet with the ace of diamonds. Checking here. Right, jamming the king queen. Okay, I think we can put a lot of pressure on single pair hands. Okay, betting here. Okay, we see an open jam. He's probably doing this with some 7x, but also a lot of pairs. This is quite, but with the bounty, I think we'll just have to, which is priced in here. And he does just go all in with the king jack. I mean, I'm probably folding my sort of wheel aces apart from ace 5, but I don't like to play. It's only, I think it's only close in Chippy V, but of course with the bounty on the line, villain has very little fold equity against overcards. So I think the play is pretty poor there. Okay, wheel ace, suited, opening. Okay, flopping middle pair. Okay, this dynamic board with plenty of straight draws and flush draws available, we'll go for big bell check. Especially with the wheel ace X suited, I like a big bet, can fold out at an ace high. Pocket jack's opening. Okay, we see the jam, which we'll happily call off. Block betting here. I don't know what our bluffs would be, but he probably has queen 9 or hands like this, which are unlikely to fold. Unlikely to call, I mean. Okay, we see pocket 5s. And we hold, hopefully. We hold, yeah. Alright, chunks in the $25 hyper. Probably back to first now. Yep. Has around $350 up top here. So this would be a good one to bink. Calling with a straight draw here. We're in position, so I'd play my flushes quite passively as well. And we can turn this one into a bluff on the river. I'm not sure how credible our line looks to our opponent here, but he does call with the ace 3. I think it was played alright by both players. I think it should open jam actually, pre-flop. Okay, here we can go either way. I will check this time. Okay. I think I will just give up this hand. And by give up, I mean not attempt to bluff. And it looks like he riveted a queen as well, so yeah, that's nice. Okay, we see an open. I think definitely jamming the suited variety here, and in the big blind I think we can also jam. I will fold this time. I don't know how much tighter people are opening on the bubble, um, but we can definitely RFI a bit wider here. And these players are both on around 12 bigs, so we can play a lot of open jams ourselves pre-flop. Checking this one back. This is quite close. I think I will fold though, especially close to the bubble. Okay, same hand, same action. Right, we take it down with the Queen 9 suited in the hyper. Just under 1.5 starting stacks in the Friday main. Checking down the Ace King. Yeah, this Juno guy, he's winning a lot of pots, but when he does get called, he will likely be behind, which is why you can't uh, jam this often, likely. Maybe he's just been getting good hands, but okay, twos are fine, I think, and he does hit his set and wins. All right, final table. This is my first final table on Coinpoker, and we bust the $10, unfortunately. Okay, we see a 3-bet, which is folding. Right, I think I'll just spotlight exclusively the final table now, so say goodbye to these other ones for a little bit. Okay, we see a min open off 9 bigs. Probably continuing Queen 10 plus. But yeah, just fold this Queen 8. So yeah, on the final table, I think I'll be RFIing and open jamming a lot wider, but I also need to fold a bit tighter because people will be playing a tighter range, and also I want to maintain my chip lead or maintain my current position as second, because this allows me in future games to to play aggressively. Whereas if I'm a middling stack, then I need to be a lot more cautious. I think I can open this. Tempting to jam with the offsuit variety, but it'd be nice to induce some jams from weaker ace X. Flopping very well, min betting range. The only hands we lose to here are king 2 suited, and maybe a few ace X if he doesn't decide to jam those in pre-flop. Well, we don't lose to those, but yeah, obviously a very good hand there. Ace 2 is the only one we might lose to, but I think he's got quite a lot of fold equity off 10 bigs against my range, so I'd imagine, in theory at least, he should be jamming that in pre-flop. This king 3 of hearts is probably quite marginal if it folded around to us. We would probably still fold though. Okay, we see an all-in and a call. Okay, he does get there. We obviously don't lose a player, but this is quite good for us in a way because we're now chip lead, which means we can put more pressure. Not with queen 7 off though. Right, all in and a call. Ace 7 against pocket 5s. And he holds. I'm not sure about this call, how good it is. Because if he loses that hand, he risks bubbling. And he's never, I don't think he's dominating any part of their range, so I'm not sure what I think about the call there. I think bottom maybe 7s. Still probably fine though. I mean, you should see, to be fair, he could be jamming pocket pairs under the 5 and some wheel aces. So pocket 5s might be good there. Okay, this aggressive player in the big blind has raised. See an all in. And a call. Okay, we now need to be very cautious. Again, facing an open from Akagawa or Fish GM, because we're one away from the money, and it's very likely that Juno will bust in the next few hands. So definitely not continuing with Queen 8. It's tempting to put this in the 3-bet range, obviously against this jam, doing nothing. That's a shame. He doubles up. So if we open a normal button range here against Okagawa, he could probably profitably rejam his entire range. Uh, so yeah, we need to be very cautious. Interesting hand here in the Friday main event. It goes check, 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 check. I bet the river big, and he raises. Fold. That's one just. Alright, bubble doesn't seem to want to burst here, which is a bit frustrating. Yeah, min cash is $65. Okay, all in and call. Ace queen holds, and I think that's the bubble burst. Yeah. So we're now in the money, playing for $350 up top. Okay, I think this is a fine jam from our opponent, but we get there on the river, which is very nice. Yeah, we've seen he's been quite active so far, so he's by no means just jamming ace-x there. So I think with the two broadways, we have to call, especially with some of that bubble pressure having been alleviated. This is sort of near the bottom of our range, so we will just fold. But we can play quite aggressively against Tokugawa as the chip lead. Okay, I think it's the bottom of our range. I think it's fine in chippy V, so it should be fine as yeah, with the chip distribution being on our side. But we do face a jam. Alright, this is a pretty good hand. We can 3-bet non-all in here. You can also do this with hands like King 4 off. Alright, Ace 5, definitely opening here. I think if this guy was a bit shallower, then we could consider open jamming. It might be good in any case. Yeah, as tempting as it is to just stick it in, I think we'll just choose some suited ace-x instead. Yeah, definitely a competent player here on our left. Okay, we would have 3-bet jammed, facing him in open, but against an open jam we can do nothing. Right, that's a shame. We don't see another bust out, but Okugawa here, a very good player, is now short. Okay, easy open jam. I think he can jam his entire range here against Fish GM. So a bit of a mistake to fold there, I think. Okay, we see we have a pretty good hand here. This is quite a tough spot, but I think we will have to fold. We don't risk busting, but even so, if we lose this hand, we are quite likely to come fourth, which we don't want. Also been chipping up in this dojo, so once this final table is finished, I'll bring that back into focus. We see another bust out. Okay, I think we will jam this. This is tough. See, we don't really want to get ISO'd, or we don't really want to get ISO jammed because we're pretty even with Fish GM here. And I think again we will jam. Okay, we do face a call. Ace king. We hit our deuce. And we hold. Alright, heads up. Okay, you can go either way here. On a 4, we'll check. Alright, check raise or check call are both fine here. He bets quite quickly. And to further action, we will fold. We lose to. He's got a lot of higher hearts that he's bluffing as well, so even on a heart, we're not really confident in our hand. Okay, Jack 7 suited. Against limp, we just check back a lot of our suited hands. And we've got quite a nice raise candidate here. We're open-ended. Well, we have a double gut shot and the backdoor diamonds. We might raise a bit weaker here, actually. We do hit the gin card. This is obviously better than the queen because there are fewer combinations of straights on this turn than there are a queen. And again, he bets quite quick. We can maybe turn Jack 8 into a bluff here. Not sure if I'm finding it, but I think we need to raise here. And then jam the river. I think we set up for just under pot sized on the river. Some boats get there. But he does have some 9x, I think. In any case, just jamming our straight here. We do get snap called, and he has the same hand. Okay. Okay, pocket aces. We will min raise off 20. Okay, I think we can go either way here. Roll of 35. I think we prefer to raise a hand like 8-2 off. Here I think we can raise as our worst hand. I think he auto bets a lot. We have king 8, ace 8. And there are not many bluffs really, because I think a lot of the Broadway, like queen jack, jack 10, queen 10, they just like calling there because they're ahead of a lot of his range, the undercards. So yeah, you have to sort of find some of the lower hands to continue there. I think we can go either way here with our 5x. Quite an aggressive player, so maybe I would have preferred the check back. We have no diamond either. And he continues betting. Yeah, I'll just make a fold here. I don't play many limps, heads up, but I think if there's ever a good hand to limp, it'd be this one. Right, a little bit half pot here. And I think with so many draws and the 9s pairing, reducing the 9x that he has, we can continue betting this one for value. I think we would have heard from a 9x in the form of a check raise as well. And we've got a lot of bluffs here, so I think we can just quite easily bet our 7x for value, especially with queen kicker. Okay, we face quite a big raise here, which I don't think we've seen yet, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of hand he has here. I'd imagine it'd be quite strong, but not nutted, exactly. We do flop a pair, middle pair. No sense in raising, isolating us against Jack X, but we'll definitely be calling 2. Or will we? We'll see what sort of size he uses. Okay, I think we're good enough to bet the value here. We have a lot of missed draws like queen 10, 10, 9, 10, 7. We're taking the chip lead again, which is nice. Alright, queen jack. I'll min raise this. Get value from worse jack x and queen x. Facing a jam, it'd be quite awkward. But top 2 is always nice. We're definitely not c-betting range here, but this hand, of course, will be in our betting range. I'd quite like some bluffs from 10-8, etc. But yeah, calling A, he's probably got a spade draw. Queen 9, okay. It's a bit of an overplay, but he does run a run at chop, which is unfortunate. I was pretty confident there, but hey-ho, this is poker. Again, just checking this one back this time. And folding to any action. Right, min raise calling off. Okay, we will bet this one for value. Equity denial. It's quite awkward against a check raise, but I think it's fine to bet. Blinds are up as well in a minute and a half. Okay, I think we can go half pot or check here. Check on this roll. Do we turn our hand into a bluff now? I'm not sure. I think we will do so on the river. Yeah, with a high card, I think we can just bluff this one, unless he decides to bet, which he does. Right, I think we can jam this one. I think maybe, yeah, not sure about that one. I think isolate or just ISO jam are both fine. Okay, we've had pocket aces and pocket kings with just faced folds, which is unfortunate, but okay, at this stack depth, I think we can start limping some of our very strong hands. Jack 4 suited is quite nice. So, yeah, just limping it, hoping to see a flop, which we do. We have some showdown, so no sense in turning this into a bluff. And we river a 4, which doesn't matter because our 4 doesn't play for the pair here. Facing a bet, I think we can go either way. We can call some Queen X for sure. Ace X is usually jamming pre. I think I will mix this one. I'll call this time. Yeah, and we do it. I think Jack 10 is a call there. Yeah, spice things up a bit. Go for the raise. Oh, I don't like the size actually. Interesting that he snap calls the flop. Okay, we river the flush. Against a bet, we call. Okay, I think we can ISO jam this one. Offsuit King X. I think it's fine, and I don't think he's trapping enough. I think this is a bit tight actually. Okay, pocket threes. Yeah, I'm not sure he's quite defending wide enough, so exploitatively we could maybe just raise a bit more than we should. can limp a lot of broadways as well here. We can limp some nutted hands. Right, checking this one back. Keeping dominated 9 and Jack X. Okay, again, I think we have showdown value, and I think we can just check call here. Okay, he bets the river. We block Jack and 9-6 suited, which both limp pre quite a lot. We saw him bluff on check, 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 check before. Do we have many better hands? I'm not sure. I think we will fold this time. Okay, we're back. We're at a slight disadvantage now. I think exploitatively we can jam this one. A bit shallow to play this suited hand, even if it is suited and pretty. Right, king 5 off. Probably good enough to go with. I think it's close. I think we will fold. I don't know if he's jamming wide enough here. Okay, 8-6 suited, we're in. Right, ace-9, we're in. Possibly our last hand, let's hope not. Okay, I quite like this as a min raise. With the suited ace-x, I think we can limp call a jam. Flopping nothing. We can bet for value, or we can check and take our showdown. This time I'll bet for value. And equity denial. Right, turning open-ended. I think we will check. And we hit our ace. I think we're very often good here. And we do have a lot of bluffs in the bet check bet line. And we don't have that many ace-x, so I think I'm just going to bet this one big. Okay, calling a jam here. Yeah, I think this opponent's been a bit weak so far, heads up. I'm not sure if he's jamming appropriately. This is pretty break even, I think. I'll limp. Okay. Betting here. Interesting, we face a jam. I don't think we can do anything but call. Okay, he's slightly ahead. But we do chop. If he's jamming all of his 7x, we have to call because our 9 kicker is decent and he's ISO jamming a lot of stronger 7x. King 8, we're definitely calling here. And we're ahead. Sold. And we take it down. All right. Got your $25 hyper champion here. We ship it for just under $350. And now I'll bring the other tables to focus. Yeah, we're only doing decently in this dojo, and continuing with our run, we get pocket queens here. We'll be jamming to any 3-bet. Okay, we see a jam, which is nice, but you shouldn't have any hands that dominate us. Can have ace king, I guess. Pocket tens. Can we hold? We hold. This is marginal. As the chip leader approaching the bubble, I think I'll open, and the button's not here, so we're effectively 6 max. Short stack here in the big blind adds further reasons for us to open. We take it down. Our biggest buy-in of the day, we're just sitting on a starting stack. No real hands of note here. Okay, I think 20 big blinds are a jam, but we've also got, ace-5 is pretty playable as offsuit ace-x's go, and we hit top pair. Facing a bet, we call. Calling here. Flopping top set on a dry board is always nice. We'll be continuing with a call here. Can raise some 2 pairs and draws, but yeah, with a hand like that, we're not doing anything. Could donk here as well. This is better for our range. I'll donk this time. Alright, let's see if we see the triple barrel here. Okay, we see the completer here, the straight completer, but we'll still go for value. You can call off some sets, you can call off over pairs, and we've got quite a lot of Jack 10, Queen 10 that we can bluff in this line. Okay, we see a raise and a call. We will just jam. Okay, face can open with a shallow stack with ace jack. Just go all in. Taking it down with the jacks. Okay, open jamming the deuces. Probably a good hand to open deeper stacked, but short stacked we'll just fold. Okay, we've registered this $25 turbo PKO. Okay, interesting spot. There's a lot of dead money in there, so it's tempting to call this off. I think we will. Against all the pairs, we're doing pretty well. Surprising to see this call here. And yeah, we're in decent shape, and we get it. It might seem a bit loose, but I'm definitely, if there's no calls on the button or small blind, okay, this is too tight, then I'm definitely calling all in with Queen Jack suited. With the dead money in there, I think it makes sense to expand that range 1 pip. Even King Jack suited is probably a call in equilibrium. So we chip up to second out of 26, which is very nice. I think we were around 19th before this hand. Okay, just folding here in the Friday main. Hopefully we can pick up some heat here. But it's just been a lot of folding for the past half an hour or so. Okay, we're approaching the money bubble here on the dojo, so we can open a bit wider. Obviously not this hand, but yeah. Only bigger stack on our table is this GDS guy. Quite like flatting here. Okay. We'll be going with this hand. In what fashion, I'm not sure. Let's tank a bit because I don't know what I'm bluffing here, even if it's quite easy to find value. Even Jack 10 we're calling off, so yeah, pretty hard to find bluffs, and it looks like we might be behind here. Yeah, ace king. All right. He's one of the big stacks. He's probably opening quite wide, so I don't think my call is terrible. But yeah, this time we run into it. Okay, I didn't see the limp here. We're not going to fold, obviously. I think, yeah, on another site that I play on, it's not even an option to fold, so that's why I was a bit confused by the button being there. If it's free to check, then don't fold. High level advice, I know. I think if we check any 10x here, I think, oops. Okay, we can bet this one small now. Okay, calling here. I'd imagine he has a lot of ace-x. He's min bet again. I kind of botched this hand a bit, I think. Okay, do we turn our hand into a bluff? No, because he doesn't fold the queen. Does he have a... He could be turning a single diamond into a bluff. But he could have king x, queen x. I think we make a fold here. Alright, squeezing the ace jack to 10.5. Could maybe go a bit bigger. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, this is probably ace king, fold. I would consider opening this if we had a shorter stack in the big blind, but obviously with someone who covers us, we can't open king 5 off in the cutoff. Okay, raising the ace king, 4 betting, 23 bet. Right, checking range on this board. It hits the cutoff quite well. I think multi-way with such a dynamic board, we don't want to bluff too much. Definitely not this one. I'd sooner bluff ace 10. But we do still have king 10 in our range pure here. Okay, we can go for a bet, check raise. We'll just go for a bet here. Interesting. Okay, we just fold this one. I think we're out of time bank. Alright, we lose to ace jack and king jack. And we lose to a7 now, so I think we'll just check call. You could consider betting pocket 8s, 9s and 10s for value against ace king. So in this line I think we will call. I don't know if this is under bluffed or not, but we've got the jack. Played it very passively. Yeah, pocket 9s as I said. Yeah, interesting if I should go for the value there on the river. I probably should. He's betting pocket 9s for value. But with the flush completer and the 7 completer, and with our kicker not being particularly good against in the positions, it's not entirely clear to me. Right, limping this one. Face a raise. This is the bottom of our limping range, so we'll just fold. Here, it's a dynamic board, so I don't want to be checking. I think with top set we can just bet small. I think betting big is also good, going a 2-street game. We get a very nice flop and bust diamond haze out. Okay, we see a very small raise from the small blind. GTO would raise for around 3 or limp or fold. 6-9 would probably fold to 3 big blinds, but to 2 will continue. I think we can continue this as a raise or a raise or a call. We'll call this time. Mm. Okay, folding our weak club. Okay, I think small bet is fine here. He's got full weighted 5-7 of suited variety. We don't. We river a bit of showdown value. But yeah, this is not a very good run out for us, so we'll just be folding against any bet. He has very few bluffs here, or very few hands that we beat, and people are pretty reluctant to turn diamonds into a bluff. Like, you know, maybe he had 10-8 of diamonds. All right, on the money bubble here in the dojo. Okay, we see a donk here. I think we can just raise, get this in. We'll just call. If he has a flush draw here in the small blind, we want to keep him in the pot. I think we're continuing to any size up to around 66% because we're in position. Definitely not folding to half pot. And we could consider bluffing this hand. I think we have a fair few queens, but he doesn't give us the opportunity. There's 78% of starting stack in this tournament here, still early days. Okay, pretty standard. playing for $150 in this $10 tournament. Still quite far away from the money though. Right, pocket deuces, just fold, shallow stacked. I think you could open fives here, maybe. Definitely sixes. Right, I think pocket sixes, we can just jam here. Okay, we see a raise call off from king 10. I don't think it's terrible. Yeah, we do bust this hyper tournament, I think. Yeah. Okay, chippy V, I think this is a marginal limp, probably bottom, but covered. We will just fold. And we made the money here in the dojo. top pair we kicker. See an unorthodox bet size from villain. I think we can raise. Deny equity from overcards. Facing 3/4, I would have just called. Okay. Now we go into check down mode. Still ahead of hands like ace-9 and ace-6, but I think I'll be folding to any bet. Yeah, this is quite tricky. We've got all the 2 pairs. We've got all of the. Yeah, I think I'll make a tight fold here. Could be quite easily drawing dead. Okay, pocket 9s, check back. Good to have some hands in our range that can withstand aggression. Like this. So we'll be calling a lot of flush draws here. 7/8, pocket 8s, pocket 9s. Okay, 5/4 gets there. We block 10/9 twice. Okay, and he bets again. I think this is probably one of the strongest hands in our range. So I think we will just be calling it. We also block the 8/9 for the straight. He has King Jack. I mean, I think it's probably a bit of an overbluff in theory. King Jack. But against population, I don't really mind it. I think a lot of people are betting pocket 9s and pocket 8s in my shoes, trying to get value from 7 and 6x. But the problem is that if you check that flop, then villain can just bluff their entire range pretty much, because you'll be just folding too much by the river. I mean, unless you decide to call ace highs, but against the big bet size from villain, I don't think people are. Okay, bottom of our range. We face a call from the hijack. He has a lot of pairs, he has a lot of suited hands, and we've got more offsuit hands. He's got more pocket 9s and 8s than us as a sort of percentage of his range, so I don't mind checking range on this flop. And if he puts in a small bet, I will be check raising. We will be doing this with some of our flushes and some of our sets and some of our overpairs. Okay, he calls. So we block ace queen here. I think we will carry on betting. This is a very good bluff if we're bluffing at all. We can go for around 10 or so blinds. Yeah, we do get the fold. I think he's just got. I mean, even pairs with a spade are dead against some of my flushes, and they're doing very bad against my sets. So I think, yeah, good to take an aggressive line there. Right. We have a limp. I think we will not get limp raised very often, so I think we'll just raise to 4.5. on this board, we can go half pot or check. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're jamming there really, because I've got all the overpairs that they don't. But I wouldn't even mind a jam with pocket fours or threes there, because I'm calling off my overpairs, so it's a good way to get instant value. If I have pocket jacks and the turn is a king or a club, then I'm slowing down. So I don't mind a jam with a set there. To be fair, exploitatively at least. Okay. We have quite a big bounty, open under the gun, so as tempting as it is to rejam, we'll just fold. Okay, raising this one to 5.5. We can raise some King 10 suited here, King Jack suited. Yeah, I mean, this is a very active player, and they're jamming pocket jacks as well, so easy call off here. I'd say it's pretty likely that it's ace king. We do see a tank here as well, which is interesting. It's quite, I don't know what I'd do against two calls, but we're definitely calling this. And we run into ace deuce. They likely folded like ace king or something. We hold. And we're now up to first, which is nice. Yeah, a bit of a donation there, of course, from Mingos Skov. We take it. Okay, ace nine. We'll open. This I might 3-bet. Yeah, I think 6.4 is good. This is maybe slightly wide. You can maybe 3-bet hands like king 7 off first. We get punished. I think it's still fine though. You usually see ace 3 off, 3-bet from the big blind more against hijack, low jack under the gun. Check here. Okay. King 10 improves, Queen Jack improves. I think we will still bet though, having checked on the flop. And they fold what's probably an underpair. Right, just going to introduce a cash game table as well, since we're only four tabling tournaments. Okay, we see an all-in. Thought I had King Queen there for a second. Mm, I'll bet this one pretty infrequently, I think. Okay. Flopping top there. No sense in betting this one. Okay, we're now river straight. We see two snap checks from villain. They've been pretty active, but having checked very quick twice, I don't think they're going to bluff the river, so let's just go for value ourselves. Okay, we see a raise, we've got the straight, so we're calling. Yeah, obviously way too thin with pocket aces there on the four-liner. This is marginal. I think I will fold. It's quite tempting to call here, but I won't. Pocket aces. I think we can do either here. On a 96, we'll raise to 3, but we can also have a limp raise to an ISO range. So I limp on 22 big blinds, he ISOs to 3, I re-raise to 6. It's a pretty good strategy, but I'm not sure if the player pool is active enough in isolating. So exploitatively, you could just raise aces pure, especially if they're defending too wide. Okay, jamming the king queen suited. I think it's fine as a call as well, actually. Yeah, I think we'll call here. Because if we jam, we just get called by ace queen and ace king, which dominate us, and by calling, we keep in worse king and queen x. We're also suited, so our hand has high playability. Opening the 7-8 with the short stack in the big blind. Folding to a big bet here. Okay, in this cash game, we're opening queen unsuited. Okay, we flop quite well. We're multi-way, so I think betting small is fine. I don't ever bet more than half pot multi-way. But I think with our exact hand, I think we can we can bet quite a lot. Okay, we face the raise, just calling here. with the intention of bluffing hearts and with the intention of getting stacks in when we hit our straight. I think I can fold here to against this. I'm not sure. I think it's too call. The only issue here is when the straight comes like it has now. It's a lot easier to see how I could have a straight. Yeah, and against check, I think we can go half pot. Let's see what bluffs are here though. It might be a bit too thin, but no, I think it's fine. I think if he has a flush draw, he's just going all in himself. Okay, I think we missed a c-bet here, which is annoying. I don't mind this check from villain because blocks he blocks calls with the king and the jack, and he can sort of let us bluff off our missed draws. Okay, isolating to a limp. We'll be doing this very wide as well, since we cover. Limp call, good flop for his range, I think. We've got plenty of bluffs. I think with ace king, we'll just check. Okay. I think a bet of at least 5 big blinds is in order here. We'll go to 5.9. And hopefully we can stack like king jack, king queen, king 9. We just fold. If it folds around to me, I'll just be jamming. We see a raise from the hijack. Not doing anything here. Okay, I think we'll min raise this. We're definitely jamming king 10 suited there, but I think that's bottom. Okay, he's raising quite wide because he's going for my bounty, so I can defend the king 4 here. Okay. What's the starting stack in this? Yeah, I think we're calling here. Yeah, that's too wide. We hold for the bounty. Okay, king 9, I think just jamming here. Make a loose open with ace 6 off. Pocket 2s, I think we are jamming. Got a very big bounty, that's the only issue. Tricky. I'll explain why I didn't jam the 2s there in a second. Yeah, so the pocket 2s, I didn't jam because we're getting called off very wide and we're always pretty much flipping at best. So we can just jam all in with maybe pocket 5s and above, maybe yeah, pocket 4s as well, I think it's fine. Okay. We see 10-8, 10-8 low card again, just checking. Got some added equity here. Right, bet check bet from the opponent. He could have a lot of 8x in this line, but let's just pay him off and see what happens. Okay, and we win against the Jack 9. I was contemplating folding there, but good thing I didn't. He does have a lot of draws on that board, so I think we can just, we have a lot of garbage in our isolating range. We can fold that instead. Right, ace 10 off. I think we'll min open here, jamming ace jack plus. We need to have some sort of bluff here. So obviously we've got aces, kings, queens, value, so we need to balance it out with some weaker hands. Okay, we've just got the overcard to the board and the gut shot. I don't think it's enough to continue, especially multi-way. And yeah, see you all after the break. Okay, we're back. Easy decision straight off the bat. Yeah, we've got chunks in this turbo. Okay, so we've got, yeah, we've got a decent chance of making the money in this $5 main. Going all in for this bounty. Probably get caught behind by worse. Okay. And we chop, that's a shame. But picking pocket kings up next hand. Same again? No, he folds. Got no 3-bets non all in at this stack depth, so nothing to do here, but go all in. He's probably quite raising quite wide against these lines. Just roll in here. Yes, that might be a bit tight actually. Okay, we do lose against the Queen 9. It's quite unfortunate, but hey ho, it's poker. His call off is fine as well with my bounty. And we're down to 2 tournament tables and 1 cash game table. I'll just have a look if there's any hypers going on. But I don't intend to stream past 12, so not going to be playing any slow structure events. Chip leader has joined our table, which isn't nice. I play a lot of total KO tournaments, which are heads up. So I quite like playing heads up, but now I've got a third player who's joined our table. Okay, here it's tempting to squeeze. Oh, that's cool. Okay, he's limped. Which might be indicative of a weaker player. We'll see. And he bets pot. Tricky decision here, actually. Might be a bit too loose. Okay. Okay, I need to configure my betting buttons because, yeah, usually I just raise to 3 big blinds. Maybe this will throw him off, though. Who knows? Okay, check or bet is fine here. Bet this time, 50%. Okay, he didn't raise. And he limps 6-2 off. Okay, that's something to note. That means he's probably playing 100% of his range. Here we'll just continue barreling, I think. 50% is fine. But yeah, my cash game play is a lot weaker than tournament play, so excuse me if I'm making any mistakes here, but I think this is alright. And yeah, I think we're just giving up a lot here. I mean, we're continuing to bet 6x. I will just give this one up. He does have the 6x, so yeah. I think we can fold out a lot of ace high floats with the turn bet, so I don't hate my play. And this is a cash game as well, so we're playing a tighter range than we would in tournaments. Okay, with the ace-8 off, I think we're jamming, especially against a call. We could try to fold our way to the money, but I don't think that would be possible, and we don't really want to call here either. Just want to take our equity. And he's got a lot of broadways here, so I mean we're getting it in with probably 50%. Worst case, he has ace-10, ace-jack suited. Okay, and we hold. Yeah, this is why you can't really shy away from jamming in the ace-8. There's a lot of dead money, and you're ahead of most of the range in general. Okay, we hope to see a fold. This is interesting. I think raise call off is. I think you can go either way with this one, check back or yeah, check back or raise. Against 3x, maybe we should 3-bet, but we won the last part against him, so he might be getting a bit fed up with us. Okay, we'll just call here. I don't really like our hand, it's not very playable. But our pot odds were very good. Okay, he's got all the 2-3, whereas we don't. I still like our hand for betting. We're also not really betting much King X on the flop, so this is not a very good hand for our range, whereas he's calling a lot of King Eyes. But now I think we need to bluff our hand. Go quite polar here. We do have some 2 pairs, we have some straights. So I should bet this. He's probably even floating queen highs there as well, so I think we do have a fair amount of fold equity, and we'll get it through this time. Right, in the cash game, we'll just 3-bet to 11. We've also got an ante here. I've never studied any solutions with antes in, so I don't really know what I'm doing or how I should adjust, but I'm basically just playing it like a usual cash game. Maybe defending slightly wider, opening slightly wider, but bet sizes I'm just keeping the same. This is very likely ace king. Okay, isolating. Oh, we're not suited. Even so, I like the isolation. This is probably too wide. But we haven't seen, I don't think it's been a very active table so far. I think he should be jamming all the pairs. I think he has a lot of Broadway. So I'm not folding, sorry. We're opening into a stack that covers us, but King Queen it'd be a bit too tight to fold. King 10 I'm definitely not opening. Okay, continuing pocket eights. We'll check this time. Okay, we see half pot. Okay, this removes some of his bluffs like Queen Jack and Queen 10, so seeing another bet, we will just fold. Okay, we can turn our hand into a bluff here if check to. I think he bets his straights himself, and he might have better 5x, even 9x. We can also bluff. Okay, we can also bluff like 3-4, 3-2. Okay, he does call the 9x. In that case, I don't like my bluff. Right, picking up pocket jacks. We will be going with this. So hopefully we'll see. Okay, we don't. Yeah, we'll be raising a lot of our hands. We want to decrease the stack to pot ratio so we have a chance for bounty. And we've obviously got a very good hand here. Okay, I think I might open jam this one if it folded to. We can call this on the button. The only issue is that if the big blind goes all in, he re-isolates, which means that if Strihilius goes all in, we can't do anything. Even so, we have a pretty decent hand here. Okay, does just call. We'd also be trapping some very good hands here, so we are kind of balanced, but we do have a lot more weak hands. Okay, we see a very good flop. And facing a check, we will bet. With sets, I'd go small, so with a pair, I'll go small as well. He's probably calling all of his overcards, but yeah, he does raise. Okay, I don't see any sense in running this. We could though. Yeah, tricky. Okay, he jams all in. This is quite a tricky spot because he does have a lot of flush draws, and I think pocket pairs above the 5 are jamming pre-flop. We have the added equity of the straight draw. We can hit 2 pair, and so this is interesting. You could also have the other sets. He has ace-3. I think I'll make a fold this time. Oh, he just has the a6. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like my fold in that case. I'm not too scared about flush draws. I think he'd bet call those off. But he does have the king. Alright. Yeah, I maybe could have jammed pre-flop. I think I prefer that. On the money bubble, it's not exactly clear though. Okay, all in on the bubble. We'll go slightly non-all in so we can tank the pay jump. Okay, reduce you all in. Call off at the end of our time bank. Ace Queen, would you like to see that? Let's hold. Very nice. Okay, this is quite an annoying spot. We can set mine, I guess. It's one big blind, I don't think I can fold. But we do have a player behind, so, and he's probably raising all of his king X, so I don't know. Okay, this is a very nice card for us. We're continuing a lot of ace X on the flop, so we will just bluff. Alright, that's big. Not sure if I like it on this flop, but that's what we're faced with. Pocket twos, we can raise to 2.31, I guess. Okay, we don't have any bluffs here, so we will just... Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing here. We'll just block bet. Maybe he has a weak 10. Okay, we have a weak flush, we'll check call. I don't like it against this size. But I think, yeah, we're bluffing a lot of hearts on the turn. He does have the ace of hearts. Right, pocket aces. This guy's quite active, but he folds. We will be raising this to 4, I think. Okay, we're in the money in the mini main. Okay, you see an all in and a call. A bit loose here, call off. Okay, I think John Deere here is a bit tilted. Right, big bet or check. Because we're playing, well, the board and we're playing a 2 street game, so I think I'll bet this time. I think I could go slightly bigger there actually. Okay. Don't really like this, so we'll just give up. The thing is, we don't have many 7x here, so we'll just give this one up. I think Jack 7 just creeps in there. Jack 6 off, I would limp pure. Okay, I think on these sorts of boards, you just randomize a lot. Rolling a 75, I'll bet small. Randomize in terms of whether you bet or check. Could consider rejamming this, but I won't. Okay, we're definitely continuing here. Playing our boats in this way as well. Quite tempted to check jam the river. He doesn't jam, so we just take our showdown. Okay, we lose. Pocket threes, just jamming here, I think is fine. Okay, we get call. Pocket kings, yeah, I'd call as well. Alright, shame we're not deeper stacked with the ace king here, but obviously going all in. Don't know if there's a pay jump, but just go with it. Okay, we're ahead. And now we're behind. Okay, so we've got left this cash game table. We've got this $25 PKO, which we're close to the money in. And we've got this hyper tournament as well. We have about 75% of starting stack here. Yeah, I'm fairly new to streaming, so if you've got any wishes or any suggestions, then yeah, don't hesitate to comment in the chat. If you'd like certain things explained or if you'd like to see certain tournaments played, then I'm all ears. Right, so we can see a jam from John Deere, a very active player. I think this guy's quite competent, so I'd expect to see a lot of squeezes. See a jam under the gun. I think he should be inducing all better ace-x, so we'll just call this one off. Okay, half pot, intending to jam river. We do lose with the ace jack. We see a jam. Okay, he does have the straight, but we do get there on the river, which is nice. Yeah, pretty unlucky for him, to be fair. I think he played his hand fine. I could consider opening this. I mean, it'd be pretty wide, but he's very likely to go all in, given what we've seen so far. Okay, yeah, so we do lose against King Jack here. Yeah, I don't like the fold from the big blind. I think you can just continue range. The bounty is very big, and it was only 4 big blinds or so, 4.5. Okay, I think he might be on a bit of winner's tilt here, so I think we'll 3-bet this one 50% of the time. We'll see. I mean, he's a very aggressive player as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4-bet bluff or just a jam with a hand like ace jack off. But I've been pretty tight so far, so I think he would give me a lot of credit there. Yeah, and if you couple that with the fact that he's been playing pretty wide and he's just won the bounty, I think you can just get a bit out of line with 3-bets there. Okay, we see the donk for half pot. We've got a pair, and we call. Right, this is an interesting one. Yeah, snap bets pot. I think I have more 8x than he does, but flushes is kind of balanced. In any case, we're not folding trips. We don't want to see a big bet here on the river. Yeah. Okay. I think we're continuing a lot of flushes with a call. We're continuing pocket jacks with a call. So I think we can. It's tough though. He does have a lot of bluffs. He called in the small blind. Should have a lot of suited hands. So I think we'll just make a tightish fold here. I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of things today which maybe suggest that I should call there. But my play is not exploitable because I'm calling enough. I've got enough flushes on the river to defend my range with. Okay, 4 and 6 are somewhat connected, but I think a third is still okay. definitely won't be more than half pot. Hmm. Yeah, I'd sooner bluff king 8, king 7. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bit tight to just not barrel the turn. But yeah, here we're definitely going for value. Um, yeah, I think this is all right. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a jam here. I think it's very hard to defend against a jam because he still has all the nutted hands. So yeah, if he's a thinking player, then he might consider turning some hands into a bluff like 4-7, 5-7, 6-7, etc. Right, this flop hits the button's range quite heavily. So we'll just check this one. I'd sooner bet a hand like King Jack, but we'll just start pumping money in here with a straight. Okay. Yeah, maybe a third is better there because the big blind has a lot of junk. The button has a lot of pairs, so a big portion of both of their ranges can't really withstand a bet of any size, especially with a diamond redraw. Maybe a smaller bet there would have been better. Okay, can go either way here. It's quite a middling hand, so I don't mind checking this one quite a lot. Okay, I think we can just call this one. Yeah, we're obviously not folding to a jam if we three bet it, but I'm not sure if he's opening very wide against the two chip leaders. Um, so yeah, I quite like this donk from the big blind. Uh, we both have a lot of overcards which can't really continue that easily. Well, we're continuing all our 5x and 6x, so yeah, we can't fold just yet. He might also be sort of merge betting king 7 or queen 7. Okay, this looks a lot like 8x, and I'm inclined to give him credit. I think I'm also playing 8x passively there because I don't want to raise and um, he's got straights, he's got two pairs, so I'm not raising my 8x, so we can just defend by calling 8x on the river. Besides, I think it's under bluffed, so um, I don't mind the fold there. We need to be good about 25% of the time, and I think if he had a hand like 10-9, um, he would bet at least half pot to get more fold equity. Okay, we've got a competent opponent on the button. Okay, so we've just got one table of this $25 PKO and one table of cash. I think I'm just going to open up one more cash table. The min cash in the PKO is this with nearly 200 up top. Okay, we've seen a few limps from this guy already. I'm just going to raise this time. See a call. This is pretty bad for us. He's limp calling a lot of the broadways, so we'll just check, possibly bluff future streets. But yeah, not this time. Okay, we see a limp, an ISO, and I will 4-bet, I guess, 3-bet to 16, I think is good. Go 15.5. Okay. Okay, we should see a pretty wide range here. I mean, he kind of wants to make the money, but he's quite far down in the pack, and he covers big blind and has the potential to win a $25 bounty. Okay, we will be raising this. Let's tank a bit because, yeah, it's hard to know really what your range should be against bigger stacks and when you're on the bubble. But yeah, we will be calling off a jam. On this board, we will range bet a third. The 8 connects better than a 7 would, so there may be some argument to bet bigger, but I think this is fine as well. Okay, very next hand, pocket aces. We like that. Again, let's not just raise immediately. We'd have a tough decision with hands like, I don't know, ace 10 off, maybe. Or ace 9 off. All right, interesting here. We're out of position, but also got a very good hand. So I think I'll just call with pretty shallow stacks. And with a diamond, we're definitely just check calling, allowing him to bluff off hands like King Queen, King 10, Ace X as well. He's bet very big. I think we'll still just call. And calling off, of course. Probably has kings or queens, I imagine. Ace Jack. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so this is the reason why we just call aces there. He's not continuing to a 4-bet, and we allow him to catch up as well. Hey, Squish the Fish. Yeah, really good actually. I have, I won a $25 hyper tournament for $350. I've got chunks here in the $25 PKO, and a few other cashes and bounties. So I think we're going to be in profit around $500 for the day. So a very good session overall. Currently, I've just got a couple tables of cash, which I'm just going to show you now. Yeah, so these two, we've not been winning many pots recently, so we've just got 100 big blind stack in both. But yeah, here, the infographic about current position is wrong because we just doubled up with aces. We're currently first, which is nice, and I'll just show you the hand quickly as well. So yeah, I opened. Just move these cash tables to the side as well. Okay, so this looks a bit odd actually. I'm not sure if the display is quite right. Okay, so I opened under the gun. Active player. Yeah, these what it says for this is the small blind here. Astrahelius TT now powers the big blind. I opened under the gun. Active reg 3-bets me, putting pressure on the bubble. I just called my aces with 27 big blinds effective. He covers me. Flop is Jack 6-3. We check. He bets half pot, I call. Turn is a 10, I check, he goes all in, I call, of course, and he's got ace jack off. Yeah, it's a good 3-bet from him. And I was just commenting that it's quite good to play passively because he's got plenty of 3-bet bluffs there, and we just allow him to catch up. Okay, bounty at play. We don't have a good enough hand to call. Okay, we have a very bad hand, but if it falls around to us in the small blind, we'll definitely be going for that $31 bounty. I think it might be $15.5 actually, but because it's not quite the same as stars, with sort of the bounty icon showing the amount that you're going to win. But even so, we'd still go for it. Australia's contemplating a call. Guess ace jack would be quite close. Okay, this is not a very good call at all. He's got at best 33%, so he doesn't have the pot odds to call there. And we're close to the bubble, so I would have just recommended waiting there. Yeah, the shortest stack is on our table, and the second shortest has 13 bigs. We can start applying a lot of pressure here. I think opening any king x, any ace x from any position is good. Okay, we're on the button here because of the lack of small blind. I think min raise is fine. Okay, I think I'll just jam. Or will I? I think he's opening quite wide. I've seen him open very wide in the past to get a bounty, so we'll just jam the ace-x here. I think it's a little bit wide in theory, but I think he's opening too wide. So in turn, I think jamming any ace-x is all right. Okay, I think opening here is fine as well. Okay, we will tank as if we have a decision to make. Okay, bubble might burst now. Hopefully the short stack doubles up. It means we can continue to put pressure on the rest of the table. Okay, ace king, ace six. The flush draw and straight draw. And he gets there. That's a shame. Okay, we see a really big open size, but nothing to do here but continue with the jack ten. Okay, backdoor straight, backdoor flush, middle pair, etc., etc. I think we can continue here. Right, he seems to like this sizing of five bigs. Okay, he bets half pot. I think I'm jamming all my 10x. 9-6, we'll just continue as a call. Okay, the 10 does pair. I quite like betting. No, I don't actually. I don't like betting small because we would have raised our 10x, so we can't credibly represent it here. So we'll just, and here we'll take our showdown value. Okay. Interesting spot. I think with 10x, I'm getting all my flush draws in on the flop. So I think with 10x, I'd quite like a sizing of like 2.5, 2.6 bigs. The intention of jamming river. And we see a really bad river card as well. It completes, king jack, queen jack, king queen. So we'll just take our showdown value here. I wouldn't be surprised to see another bet though. Yeah, okay. I don't think we can call here. I would sooner call jack 9. We have 5x in our range as well though, so we might be overfolding this river. Even so, I think folding, I mean we could call 9s with a diamond as well. I don't mind the fold here. Hmm. Okay, I think we can open any ace-x here. That's the chip leader. Okay, min bet slightly shallow stacks, but let's go for 25% of range on this board. Yeah, we have some quite nice rejam opportunities here. Okay, terrible board. We will just check give up. Okay, I could get a bit fancy here. Yeah, I think I'll do it above 50. We fold this time. Okay, min bet, I think that would be more 5x or 3x. This is probably bottom. It might be too wide even so. Yeah, we get another really good board for us. Running pretty well. I mean, we're raising a lot here, but It's nice to have some limp calls as well. I think we can flat here. I'll just fold. I mean, they're reshoving stacks behind, so I'm not sure whether that's right. Okay, final table. Okay, putting in the 4-bet here. Take it down. I think this not so fast guy is a regular, so he's 3-betting enough. Okay, limping this. It's a shame that the chip leader got put on our left, but I don't know how active he is. Right, betting 1/3 with our king. Okay, sizing up the turn. Checking back. Well, no, not checking back, but checking the jacks. I think we're either far ahead or far behind. Um, yeah, we chop with king X here, I think. So I think we'll check call. See if he bluffs any misdraws. Okay, calling the king. Yeah, same hand. Unsurprising. Okay, yeah, good play from our opponent. We need to be quite careful there. I mean, we can open wider because we're pursuing the bounty, but small blind can also put a lot of pressure on us. So yeah. Okay, pretty standard. So hopefully we see it bust out. We do. And we ladder to 2166. Yeah, these are structures are fairly top heavy, so we can't be too tight. This I think we will call. He checks. Prefer betting with a backdoor flush draw, but we can start bluffing some turns. Okay, and I think this is one of our weakest hands. We will just bet big. Okay. Yeah, maybe ill advised, to be fair. Surprised to see the raise there, actually. Don't know what's happened to this guy here. He seems to be sitting out a lot. But he does have a very big bounty, so when he's forced all in, it'll be interesting to see the action. Hopefully we can win his bounty. Okay, we'll be calling all in from Strelius, I think. Yeah. Okay, very good board. We'll bet 25%. Okay. Oh, we lose. It's a shame. I don't think you should be defending this for what it's worth. Welcome to the stream, anyone who's recently joined. Just coming to the end of the session here. So I've got a couple of cash game tables, yeah, $25 buy-ins with an ante, and then got this final table here. And I'll be going all in. We get called. Ace Queen. Oh, it's not looking very good for us, and we lose. I mean, this guy who's been sitting out, forced all in next hand. But even so, I think in a PKO tournament with the very top heavy, I think it's fine to just jam at the ace nine there. So we cash for yeah, we cashed for just under $60, I think, which is all right. Yeah, so just going to leave these cash games on for another 10 minutes or so, and then going to call it a day. Thanks for tuning in, though, everyone. Hope you've enjoyed it. I mean, this guy who's been sitting out